Yeah. What's happening? It's Tuesday.
Yeah.
April 2nd, 2024. Tanner, Drew, and Laura, we are live. How are ya? Got a lot to do today. We've got another pair of tickets to go see Weezer, and that show's coming up in October, so we got some time, but it's good to get the tickets now because it's going to be a good show. They're going to be doing the Blue album in its entirety.
Yep.
From start to finish. Now, that means they're going to just do it like as the tracks are on the album?
I believe that's usually how it works. And then maybe before and after they'll play some other tunes.
Yeah, because they've got a lot of other hits other than ones that are on that album.
Yeah, and I mean, if you think about the Blue album, what is it, like half an hour, 35 minutes?
It's quick,
And if
yeah.
Weezer only played for 35 minutes, we'd have a mutiny on our hands. So
Yeah, got what
You're
we
right.
promised.
Good
We're
point.
getting out of here.
Yeah, tickets are so expensive. We want to get every little minute we can get out of it.
Exactly.
So at 7:30 this morning, listen for your shot at tickets to see Weezer. We've got a brand new game that we're going to play called Pick a Flick.
Nice.
Yeah.
This is kind of funny. I saw this in the news yesterday. Journalists have been scolded over stealing from Air Force One.
Okay.
What?
Because they're allowed on the plane, right?
Yeah.
They've got like a press row.
Reporters assigned to Air Force One have been warned to stop stealing from the plane.
I hope we're talking like little like
Toiletries.
pens
I think it's
and stuff.
trinkets, yeah.
Yeah, I
I
would
mean,
do
come
this.
on.
I would do the same
Totally.
thing. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
If I
totally
could get
would.
some royal shampoo or whatever out of it, like that got left in a hallway, sure.
Yeah.
Or not
Warning.
royal, whatever, presidential.
The warning was issued by Kelly O'Donnell, president of the White House Correspondents Association, after a number of items were discovered missing from the aircraft's press cabin, according to the White House Travel Office. Among the things that were discovered missing are, glassware.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, glassware. It probably says White House on it.
Right.
It's higher end
Or,
stuff.
or
I
Air
would
Force
guess.
One, rather. They are also missing plates, embroidered pillowcases, and blankets.
Oh, that's pretty bold to
I bet
steal
the
a
blankets
whole
are nice.
blanket.
We've all stolen an
Yeah.
airplane blanket, haven't we? You just tuck that thing in your bag.
Somehow I
when
feel
you're a
like
kid.
these blankets are a little bit cooler than your
Yeah.
typical airplane blanket.
Yeah.
They don't even have them for us anymore. It's just for
yeah.
the high end.
You freeze.
I guess one anonymous reporter who says he pretty much collected he's got a small collection of Air Force One items.
Nice.
Tells actually the BBC that he doesn't believe he did anything wrong by stealing from the presidential plane.
Come on. Yeah. I mean, what do you think's going to happen?
Nothing. They're going to say, stop taking our things. I
And
mean,
people are still going to take their things. And
you're
that's
under
gonna be the
arrest. Is that a doily in your bag?
Put it back.
It's probably really expensive to to get that stuff embroidered and
Oh, yeah.
they're probably just trying to penny pinch.
Well, it's
I
also,
don't know,
beyond
though.
that, it's also just custom. It's a pain in the ass to go get new custom.
then
Is there
it
somebody in
don't-
charge of that? They're like, son of a bitch.
So then
Yeah.
don't get your stuff
doily's taken.
embroidered. Like, if
It's
you just
the
had like
Air
a
Force
normal
One.
doily out there, nobody would want it. So
but it's
just
Air Force
make
One.
it-
It's got to be.
This isn't Spirit.
I guess, but like if you're trying to penny pinch, then stop having your stuff embroidered.
It is
easy
I mean,
solution.
There is a
you know?
point to that. When we've
Fair
got all
enough.
these issues and they're spending who knows how much on
Yeah.
embroidered blankets for the airplane.
Come on.
Americans are drowning, but I'll tell you, they're comfortable on Air Force One.
Yeah, right.
But with that said, if they're doing it, I'm taking it. If
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, same.
if I'm on the airplane,
If I'm ever invited, which after this conversation, I'm sure I will not be.
but I'm glad. I mean, I don't want our Air Force One to be all tacky.
I'm guessing,
Right?
though,
I mean-
that isn't this stuff kind of grandfathered in? Like, your first day in there, you see, and Sharon leans over and goes, you can take the glasses with you. And then you just kind of start telling the next
Sure.
guy
Yeah.
until somebody finally goes, hey, you guys have stole a whole set.
Yeah, I want to know who took it too far.
Oh, yeah, the guy with just a
Yeah,
backpack
who
full of
just
goods.
ruined it for
Yeah,
everyone.
yeah,
I bet they have the best peanuts.
Oh,
I
yeah.
bet they've got, stuff like, oh, yeah, don't take anything with you. You're like, I'm taking the sandwich. I'm taking the...
Like,
Yeah,
are
these
these
aren't-
pistachios?
These aren't Frontier Airline peanuts.
No, these are the good.
These are the hotness. Well, there you go. If you ever get a chance to be a journalist on Air Force One, stop stealing. They're buttered about it.
Or
all right.
do and just stop being so obvious about it.
Make sure it's your last day.
Yeah.
We're going to check your talkback messages in a few minutes. So if you have something to say to the show, download the iHeartRadio app and send it to us. Let's do this now.
So, have you ever turned on that incognito switch on Google Chrome thinking that it would keep your search history private? Bad news. Everyone at Google still knows all the weird stuff you've been looking up, and now they are having to delete billions of data records as a part of a settlement of a lawsuit that accused the search engine giant of improperly tracking the web browsing habits of users who thought they were browsing the internet privately. As a part of the settlement, Google is going to update its disclosure and will no longer track people's choices to browse the internet privately.
Nothing is private, though. I mean, you just got to
No.
understand when you're on the internet.
It's the
Google
internet.
knows.
Like,
They know what you're doing. I mean,
What a bro deal for some people to have that whole history deleted.
yeah, I mean, they're not.
Boom.
Nobody's getting any settlements or anything. They say if you want to, you can sue individually.
Yeah,
But like
take
this
on
whole
Google by yourself.
Thank God, because
Go for it.
Yeah.
I looked up some weird stuff that year.
It's like it never happened now, Tanner. He didn't
Yep.
even do it because they've
Poof.
erased it.
Gone. Yeah, for now, but be careful with that incognito switch. Japanese moviegoers finally got the chance to see the Academy Award Best Picture winner Oppenheimer last weekend, 8 months after the biopic's worldwide release. The delay, of course, is due to concerns over how it might be received in the only country really directly to experience nuclear warfare. Signs were even posted at the entrances, like trigger warnings in some theaters in Tokyo, warning that the film contained images of nuclear tests. It did all right, though, at the box office, made $2.5 million over the weekend, so people were certainly still interested to see it. And finally, it is official. Oregon Governor Tina Kotek has signed a bill that will once again make it a crime to be caught with small amounts of illicit drugs in the state. House Bill 4002 effectively reverses Measure 110, which is, of course, received mixed feedback since it was approved in 2020. This bill will give people the choice between being charged and treatment when they're caught carrying drugs like fentanyl and meth. Treatment includes completing a behavioral health screening and participating in a deflection program in order to sidestep fines. More on those stories.
Deflection. That's a new word
Deflect it. Just deflect
for
it.
trying to come off these drugs.
Yep. More on those stories, 1059thebrew.com.
thank you, Mo. Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We got sports coming up here in just a few minutes. Drew, what do you got?
The ladies down to the Final Four themselves and a rematch for the ages last night.
And it's coming up right after Green Day at 6:22 on The Brew.
Well, yesterday it was one for the ages. Now, I know that some people are like, well, I don't want to watch the women's tournament. I mean, it's just what people say. Caitlin Clark is another level of, well, female athlete, but I'm going to say athlete in general. She's the greatest just spectacle in that sport on that level that I have ever seen and I think has ever existed. And that being said, with Sabrina Ionescu, as of 2 years ago, I would have told you, is the best of all time, and she's a duck. So I'm a homer to this person, and I still have to say, Caitlin Clark is unstoppable. She said that being tired is not a real thing, and that it's actually just something that your mind tells your body. That is a warrior.
Damn.
That's a psycho in the right way as a player, and she gets the job done, beating LSU, and will now go to the women's Final Four. A good look for her, as she's also been invited to play in the Big Three Ice Cubes thing. They're offering her $5 million or something like that to play in it. She's been offered to go try out for the national team. She'll be the #1 overall pick. What more do you need? When you see greatness, you got to point it out. There are great teams joining them there, though, and we'll see if she can beat almighty UConn, who have been on a tear as of late. And also the Blazers last night almost won one. This is one of those games where it's like, I'm pretty sure Portland was supposed to win the game, and they're like, air breaks, 104-103, and I promise you, winning games does not help us one bit right now. So if you really want to see the franchise turn around, pray for good games, just not W's. There's your sports.
Thank you very much. All right, coming up in 1 hour from now, we got tickets to go see Weezer at the Moda Center in October. We'll play our new game, Pick a Flick. Coming up next, though, another edition of the Dumbass of the Day. There's so many. We'll tell you about today's. Coming up in less than 10. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Yeah. We got a talk back to listen to real quick. Download that iHeartRadio app to send us one.
Happy Brews Day, Brew Crew. McD Colin, wishing you a happy Tuesday, Brews Day. I've got a question for you. I was wondering where I can get my raccoon on. Where can I pick up some trash? So let's get this trash bandit thing going. How about some information on that? Looking forward to helping clean up this city and making it look as clean as possible. Have a fantastic day. Keep on rocking. Keep doing what you do. Love you all. Have a great day.
Thank you for the talk back, McD. Yes, people want to know where the hell is the Trash Bandits announcement.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Those dusty old banditos.
Yesterday morning, we were supposed to make the announcement at 8 a.m. in the morning, but
Yes.
we've had to punt because of red tape. We are waiting.
Red tape everywhere.
So what exactly is it?
I actually don't know. I don't know if they don't have the proper permits for the park we wanted to use, which I thought we had all of that taken care of. But apparently,
Yeah, we're just cleaning up a park. Why do we need permits for that?
I don't know if it's too many people, like if they saw just like the volume of people that we brought last time, which I don't know why that's a problem.
We bring an army.
Let me call the beef real quick.
All right. And it's not like we're going to make a mess. We're there to do the opposite of that.
I don't want you to screw up the park.
Yeah,
Like,
I
wait,
don't.
we're fixing it.
I don't
and
understand.
the surrounding areas. It's not just the park. It's
Right.
everyone
And
who
we've
lives
done this.
around
This
it.
will be the third year we've cleaned up these parts.
Yeah.
And we've never had to jump through these hoops before, but for some reason we have got to get some sort of permit to make sure we can show up legally to this park with all these people.
Clean-a-palooza. Yeah, we need our permitting and
It's
lanyards.
so stupid.
Good morning.
Hey, beef.
Oh, man, I thought you were screening us for a minute. there.
Very serious answer.
Wow,
Yeah.
wow.
Hey, good morning.
What's going on? Well, I mean, what good could come from this call at this hour?
That's a good point.
We were just talking about Trash Bandits and why we had to punt on the announcement. What's the actual reason why we had to punt?
We ran into a little bit of red tape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we heard that one. So is it permits?
Yes, it is because of the size. They're trying to make us jump through some additional.
Are you taking a
hoops.
dump right now? Like what?
Really?
He's trying to figure out how to put this nicely.
I apologize for having a perfectly fine morning on my own before I check in for actual work.
Fair enough.
Heaven forbid, fellas.
Seriously.
Heaven forbid.
Okay, but what? So
Back to the details.
We're waiting on the. So did we get any information yesterday? Can we
So
make the
it's-
announcement this morning?
We did not. We got zero movement happened yesterday.
So the
But we're working on
size
it.
is the problem?
Yeah, it just bumped us into a different level of permitting, and that brought on a whole series of additional hoops.
Okay.
So we're working hard to get through that.
I know
and
you
we'll have
guys
an
are.
announcement.
And so as soon as we get the permits, because I guess the problem is the crowd size. We last couple of years we've had a lot of people, and I think they're worried just about the crowd size, which is a good problem to have.
Sure.
I just can't believe we're having this problem. I just can't believe we're
wondering if
having
it
this
has-
conversation.
I'm wondering if it has more to do with like the fact that we hang out in the park at the beginning and then at the end, and usually there's pizza, and so I don't know if
How
maybe
dare
it's
we
like
feed volunteers?
I know, but maybe it's like an event.
Never again.
It's like an event type situation where you need to have an event.
I mean, I
permit.
guess,
I that's all I can think.
Yeah, but really.
I mean, what's Trash Bandits without one person walking away with 9 Snapples under their arm? I mean, we need to reward people for their behavior.
Yeah, for sure.
We are being treated as though we're throwing a 5K in the park.
All right. Well, as soon as we get this red tape figured out, this just shows how ridiculous the city can be sometimes. I mean, just let us clean up the park. I mean,
We're doing our part.
I know you guys are. I know you are. It's not our team's fault. Like Susan and Casey, I think are worried that we're going to blame them, but we understand it's not
No,
them.
yeah, of course not.
As long as we all understand, give a hoot, don't pollute. We need to get this thing taken care of.
Yeah.
Let me hear you say that, Casey. Give a hoot, don't pollute.
Give a hoot, don't pollute. And look, they think we're a herd of wild pigs, and we're just going to come in there and uproot the whole operation. But we're not. We're just going to try and clean it up for you, man.
That's right.
Yeah.
We're wild pigs at other times. We'll eat the bone.
All right. All right, Beef. We'll see you when you get here, man. Thanks.
Okay, sounds good. Bye-bye.
You're a dumbass.
You're a dumbass.
So many dumbasses everywhere, man. Most of them on the roads when I'm on the roads.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
what
yeah.
it feels like. This dumbass, we actually mentioned this yesterday in the Donkey Show podcast, but it's so good. A Google Street View driver led cops on a high-speed chase before crashing his vehicle. So you know those Google View vehicles? Have you seen them driving around? They've got a big goofy camera on the roof of the car.
And they're wrapped like a Google map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this Google Street View driver in Indiana just floored it, I guess, hitting speeds of 120 miles an hour.
He really wanted to get away.
Yeah, and but you're not going to be able to see any of that. It's just going to be a blur on Google
I know,
Images.
yeah.
You gotta
all
go
the
slow
photos
to
are
get
gonna be
images.
Blurry.
Dude, those guys just go at a snail's pace. This guy hit speeds of 120 miles an hour.
Why was he being chased in the first place?
I'll tell you in a second, but it all ended when he drove the Google image car into a creek. He crashed it into a creek.
Man.
Coleman Ferguson is the
that's a
guy
good
behind the
name.
wheel. He kicked things off when he was spotted in the Google car zooming down the road, then kicked off the chase with the cop when Ferguson refused to pull over. The dangerous game of cat and mouse spanned 2 counties before Ferguson eventually lost control and crashed through a guardrail, landing him right in a creek. The drivers pled guilty to resisting police with
quickly
a
pleading
vehicle.
guilty. Well, I guess it's tough when you're in a car with a giant camera on top of it.
Yeah, what are you thinking when you try to get away?
I don't know. I don't think...
Come
No
on now.
background checks at Goog? Because
Yeah,
it doesn't seem like the guy who will immediately flee from police is the best hire.
Yeah.
He actually did spend some time in jail. Now he's facing trial and all this stuff. But he's got a long rap sheet that consists of 2 other convictions for driving with a suspended license and a
is
3rd
crazy.
conviction for driving
This
with
is
expired plates.
exactly the type of person you don't want driving the Google car.
You know,
Like,
people
what?
always say, I want a career or I want to work at Google. This guy gave it a shot.
There you go.
And I can't imagine it being very exciting just driving around. You got to drive every little
Nook and cranny.
little back
and just-
road.
If you like driving though, it
And
could be kind of
exploring, sure.
a
But I can
relaxing
imagine-
I hate
job.
it. I get
Just-
super frustrated behind the wheel.
Going 2 miles an hour through a cul-de-sac might start to wear on you eventually.
Have you seen people prank the Google image camera? Like
Like pull their pants down when it drives by.
There's these 2 guys I saw that went viral. They faked a murder.
What?
And so the Google car drove by, and they make it look, and like there was like 4 or 5 images taken,
It's all staged
and it looks,
up.
they just look like one's like hitting with, like stabbing with a knife or hitting with a pole or something.
Is there like
but-
a schedule? Like when can you find out like a
price.
parade when the Google car is driving by your house?
That's a
Like,
good
how
question.
do you
I think they just spotted it.
Improv.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like we got about 3 minutes before it gets to our street.
They were
Yeah.
drunk and
It's doing
barbecuing,
another-
and they decided to
Go, man, go!
Do you think you have to go back out? Like, do you think you get punished by Google if you come back with images of like that? It's like I can't use that,
Well,
Bruce.
I heard that there's a team that's supposed to go in there and they digitally remove.
Okay.
They take out people's
Oh.
license
That makes- I
plates.
guess that makes
And
more
I think they
sense,
blur
yeah.
faces,
like
if,
known
Okay.
likenesses if it's
yeah,
clear.
like if your face is in there, they have to go in there and blur it. But
Yeah.
What's the deal with Google Maps? Because I remember in its infancy, you used to be able to like zoom in and see people doing it in their backyard. They probably scrub
they
that
probably.
stuff now.
But that means there's somebody's got to go in there and look at every single image it's taken.
That's a lot of
You-
that's a lot of
It's nuts.
stuff.
But you can still get pretty close when you zoom in.
Look
Yeah,
at Laura's
so-
been on been spying.
Well,
I
no,
caught
because,
a cheater
I mean,
that way.
but who hasn't? That's a good idea. That no, who hasn't though? Like zoomed in on their childhood home or something.
yeah.
It's like, oh my god, I can see my house. You know.
You're right.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've done that. It's pretty cool. I remember that if you Google the house I grew up in, my first car is parked out front. Or
Oh,
at least it was
what?
the last time I checked Google Maps.
Which is
My first
funny.
car, yeah.
Yeah, they don't update either of those fast enough. You know, I think I was saying the other day, there's a car that's not mine, and I've lived in my house for 7 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Coming up in an hour, we got those Weezer tickets for you. If you need something to, I was gonna say if you
To wheeze on.
if you if you need
Get
something
your
to wheeze
wheeze
on,
on.
7:30. Listen to win. All right, this artificial intelligence, man. The things it can do is it's scary, right? I mean, I'm not the only one who's creeped out by this stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Of course.
The guy, I guess it's the Instagram page there. I ruined it. Took artificial intelligence and made another song using a dead artist or somebody that's not hasn't done a song in a long time.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Is this
is
person
crazy.
allowed, before you played, is this person, there we ruined it, are they allowed to profit off of these songs? How does that?
I have
is
no
that
idea.
'cause
My guess is
seems like no.
My guess is no. Yeah,
Maybe get them to your site, then sell them granola bars.
Well, and I think
Yeah.
and I think you have to disclose now, like whether or not it's
AI.
fake. Yeah.
Listen to this.
I like big butts, I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. When around things in your face, you get sprung.
Sounds like he's singing it.
Pretty good.
When a girl walks in, you pull up tough. Cause you notice that her butt was stuffed. My homeboys tried to warn me so horny. I seen her dancing, to hell with romancing. Baby got back, oh baby got back.
I find that to be absolutely beautiful. Just beautiful.
It really is nice.
Right.
I feel like that could even be played around in the holidays.
Oh yeah.
Go check out that video at 1059thebrew.com. Also, our Donkey Show podcast. It's the show after the show, and it can only be heard online
Yes.
Your UAV is online.
or through the iHeartRadio app. So you download it, listen. It's completely unedited and uncensored, and it's pretty stupid. So
This is true.
Absolutely.
you're welcome. 1059thebrew.com. All right, coming up in a few minutes, we've got another pair of tickets to go see Weezer at the Moda Center. That's in October, and you could be there around 7:30. We'll give you tickets. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on the Brew. 1059 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Still got those Weezer tickets coming up here at 7:35 this morning. Coming up next, though, the germiest places in your office.
Ooh.
You wouldn't even think about some of these spots. We'll tell you what they are after AC/DC on The Brew. All right, we got some talkback messages to listen to. If you have something to say to the show, a comment, suggestion, complaint, if you just want to whisper sweet nothings into the microphone,
Oh, that's creepy, but okay.
download the iHeart Radio app for your cell phone. Once you have the Brew streaming, press the microphone button like Fat Thor did.
Hey, Brew Crew, Fat Thor here. Heard you talking about trash bandits and hitting some red tape. Now, you know, I'm always down for a good cause, but if you need Fat Thor to go down to the permit office with a big old cup of acid,
For God's
you
sake.
just let me know if I need to come and help out.
That seems
Fat
excessive.
Thor, always with a cup of acid.
I'm not sure that technique has ever landed a permit.
No, it's landed you in jail.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. You
That's
might
it.
get you've written up with something else.
We were supposed to make the Trash Bandits announcement yesterday morning at 8 a.m., but yes, we are running into red tape, and those that red tape is because of permits. Because we have such a large crowd show up to clean up the park and the area around it, we apparently need a permit for that.
Which
And
it is nice that we draw those kind of numbers.
Yeah,
it
but
would be
really,
nice to
we're
do it.
helping the city out. Can you give us a break?
Mhm.
You know, it's not like we're throwing a barbecue. It's not like we're throwing a birthday party in the park. We're meeting at the park, and then we're like
dispersing.
Yeah, and you'd
We're
think
going
that,
all over the neighborhood.
Right, and you'd think they'd be encouraged by this, that so many people are excited about coming out and helping to pick up trash.
But do you have your proper permits?
Sir, put down the gripper.
I mean, who cares?
Do not pick up another piece of trash without my permission.
Those 5 cigarette butts in your hand, drop
Drop them.
Yeah, it's so dumb, but that's literally where we're at. That is literally where we're at.
Yeah,
So we were hoping to hear something yesterday, but we didn't. So hopefully we'll hear something today. We know when and where we want to do it. We just don't have the proper permit, and so we can't talk about it until then. But
we'll just keep talking about it until then.
you know,
Yeah, just in vague terms. You know.
yeah. Well, we have to tease. I mean,
Yeah,
we have
no,
to-
I know.
It's still
I've gotten
happening.
so
It's
many
not like
text
it's not
messages.
going to happen.
Yeah, and I've gotten so many text messages and calls from people asking like, "Hey, did I miss the announcement? I didn't hear it."
Yeah, and
know.
I think, we talked to Casey. They're working on it.
Right.
It'll happen. It's just about when.
Right. It's just so frustrating. I just that kind of red tape, that kind of tape pisses me off.
It's my
Anytime-
least favorite color of tape.
It really is.
Yeah, anytime you have to either pay or jump through extra hoops in order
Yeah.
to do something for free.
To volunteer.
Yeah, right?
Okay.
Our wage is way more on a different day to be picking up that garbage, I promise you.
All right, when you go to work, you don't necessarily think about how dirty the place is. I don't.
Yeah,
I
I'd
don't.
rather not think about that.
I kind of think of my office as a kind of a clean, neutral spot, but I guess they're
do have-
actually pretty filthy.
And we do have a cleaning team that comes through, but there's also, that's the middle of the night.
And they
there's
barely-
nobody checking.
And
And I
I've been
think
here
they,
when
like-
I've been here when they've been cleaning, and they don't do it. They just empty the trash.
They empty the
drip.
trash and
Vacuum, maybe.
wipe down the consoles, maybe, but they don't
No.
touch your microphone. They don't touch
They
the
don't
board.
wipe
they
any
don't
of this
touch.
down.
None of this is
Yeah,
wiped down. No
no.
way.
And I saw that there was a total failure to wash a window this morning. I walked by another radio station, and you couldn't even see.
Looks like someone sneezed on it.
You couldn't see, when you or I would attempt to clean a sliding glass door, and then
Yeah.
afterwards it has
Streaks
The
all
streaks
over
all
it.
over. Yeah, you can't see Stacy Lynn because of soap streaks.
Yeah, well, when you're in a rush, dirty water is
Well,
dirty.
at least
it's
they
still water.
tried.
What am I
you
gonna
know?
get new water?
Dirty water's still wet.
Get
so.
out of here with that.
There are lots of spots in your office that are actually pretty filthy, and here is a list of just a few of them.
Okay.
Hopefully, you've cleaned these recently, or if you haven't, maybe it's time. I'll tell you, the first one, or one of them on here, is something I don't really clean ever, but when I do, I always go, ugh.
I
Yeah.
bet you I know what it is.
The first one is just your desk.
Okay.
Your desk at your office, your personal workspace is probably still touched by other people. And it's also exposed to airborne and droplet microbes. And
Yeah.
chances are it's rarely cleaned.
Especially in here.
We have
you know?
we have no moving air other than a faulty AC unit.
It's just like
And-
hot breath all
and
morning.
Like
Yeah,
Tanner
right.
said, nobody has cleaned these counters outside of us with a wet wipe
I'm gonna
Yeah.
in years.
I'm gonna take a picture of how dusty my console is, and I'm gonna put it on our Instagram
my
at Tanner,
goodness.
Drew, and Laura. You got to see how dusty this is. Nobody's cleaned this in a while. I'll do it actually right after I take a picture. I'll clean it. I promise.
Okay, sure. All right.
Totally.
The next thing on this list here is your keyboard.
Now that's the
Yeah.
one that I had
That's
circled.
exactly what I was thinking of. The keyboard, every time I tip it over, because they say here,
Yeah.
Monday to Friday, your fingers are all over this thing. It's covered in germs. They say over 3,000 organisms can be found per square inch on a keyboard.
Ew.
Oh, you can just look at it and it's gross. Like your home row's cleaner than the rest.
Because you can see spit droplets, Laura, and dust and skin.
How do you? What's the proper protocol to clean a keyboard, though?
Flip it.
Yeah, but I mean, but how do you wipe it off?
Well, I think what I do at my house is I have these little Lysol wet wipes.
Yeah.
I take those, but
do you
I
just individually
light.
each
I
key?
wring them out first
Well, yeah, because they can
because
get
they're pretty wet. They're pretty
yeah.
moist. So I wring them out, and then once I tip it over, and I just
Tap all the gunk out.
oh my God! You got to see how much dust is coming out. When
Oh, I
do
can
that.
I can
Ew.
see. I'm looking into mine. That's nasty stuff.
It's disgusting.
Stop
I
eating
guess
crackers.
That's the one plus of having a. Yeah. What are you eating?
I know
over
that's
there?
what's funny is
they say
we
50%.
don't even eat in here, and it looks like that.
Yeah, and they say 50% of dust is skin,
It's
so
just
that's
your
pretty gnarly.
dried skin.
Other things that are pretty dirty at your office are door handles. That's an obvious one. I think
Yeah.
I think every door handle that I
Now-
touch is going to give me something.
I do believe they wipe the handles down here, though.
Really?
I could be wrong, but I
Maybe since COVID or always.
and I think it's post-COVID. I don't have a great memory past that. It's like the other life didn't happen. But I've smelled like it on my hands before. Now I don't know if that's
interesting.
Monthly, quarterly.
Yeah.
Also, this is obviously, to me, this is an obvious one, is the shared microwave refrigerator.
Oh,
That's your
sure.
office is just filthy.
Yeah.
I mean, ours isn't as dirty as it used to be, but remember back in the day, it looked like someone just put a head in there and microwaved it.
Luckily for us, we don't have, like, at different times in the last decade, there have been people here who use the microwave a lot. But I don't feel like we got a lot of waivers right now, so got kind of light duty on ours.
Yeah.
Other dirty things in your office are the water fountain. I don't even touch those things. The bathroom, obviously. Elevator buttons. I don't touch those either. I
Yeah.
always use my wallet or my foot or something.
Smart.
And do we have a water fountain anywhere in this building?
Not like a traditional water fountain. We
have
have
sinks.
and then we have like the little water filter one
Right.
with
Yeah,
the
you gotta
levers.
touch that.
I would imagine that the coffee pot
Coffee
is
pots.
probably pretty dirty.
Not on this
too.
list, but I bet you it is.
You know what? Also in the coffee world, the downspout. So like
Yeah.
that little thing that goes to the bottom of the coffee so you can pump it out. You look at pull
Oh,
that
yeah.
out when
nobody,
you get to work
Yeah,
today.
nobody
Right.
ever cleans that.
Oh yeah, that thing looks like the dustiest corn biscuit you ever saw.
And they also say vending machines are pretty filthy
Yeah,
at your
that
job.
makes
so
sense.
Be careful touching that stuff. All right, we got those Weezer tickets now. It's 105.9 The Brew, Portland's rock station. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We've got tickets to Weezer coming up here in a few minutes. Got these all week, actually. Before that, though, Drew's got sports. What do you have?
The Blazers in a nail-biter to the end last night. We'll tell you what happened.
That is coming up on the other side of the Stones. Happy Tuesday. It's 7:26 on The Brew.
Well, the ladies' Final Four is all set after a couple of big games yesterday with Iowa moving on and UConn. Now, it's still left to be said who's going to win it all, but Caitlin Clark last night, this girl is the all-time scoring leader in basketball in college, not just for the ladies. She passed Pistol Pete long ago, but she is a machine. She avenges the loss to LSU last year that robbed her of a national title. She went off for 41 points last night, and we were talking about it an hour ago, but just the fact that she says that being tired isn't a real thing would make me very afraid. I mean, imagine...
But also, that sounds like something a 22-year-old would say.
Yeah, because
right?
they don't know how to be tired yet.
Yeah.
Like, guess what? When I'm dragging my ass off the curb.
You just
Yeah,
have to...
get back to me in 20 years.
You just have to wear these crystals.
Yeah, and it is a bunch of hogwash. Now, it's good to push yourself.
Sure.
And I think that sometimes pain is relative. Like, where you're like, I can't go on. You can. Your body is very resilient.
Yeah.
But when you're tired, anybody could tell you you're going to be much more effective when you're fresh than when you're tired. You should have seen my kid dogging it the last 15 minutes of practice yesterday. That's cashed. Also, in basketball, we are waiting for the season to end. We're getting right down on it with the Blazers. Just a handful of games left. They're on this whirlwind road trip and almost got a win on the other coast yesterday, losing to the Orlando Magic 104-103. They're now 19-56. So if you do the math on that, we got about, what do we got? 70. We got 7 games left in this season. Get it done and get a draft pick. There's your sports.
Thank you very much. All right, coming up next, a brand new game that we're going to call Pick a Flick.
Yes.
We're going to actually read a summary of a movie, and then you just have to tell us what movie that is. I think it's simple. Yesterday was pretty simple. Even though there's a couple people who said they couldn't figure it out. Like, I didn't know that movie was It. They didn't know it.
Yeah, it all depends on if you've seen the movie.
And
really,
are you a movie buff?
Yeah.
Right. We need callers 10, 11, and 12 right now. 866-445-1059 is the phone number. We have tickets to Weezer on the line here. They're going to be at the Moda Center in October. You could be there too. 866-445-1059. We'll play up to Lincoln Park on the Brew. Yeah. Weezer tickets all week. They're going to be doing the Blue Album in its entirety at the Moda Center in October. We're going to send you there. We'll play our new game, Pick a Flick, here in just a second. Before that, though, I have this list here of the healthiest and unhealthiest cities in America.
All right.
All right, cities, not states.
There's cities. Okay.
Yeah, cities. And I'm happy to say that Portland's always in the top 10
Yeah.
Of the healthy.
of
right?
the healthiest. Yes.
That makes
Well, we
sense.
run. We're food conscious.
Yes.
Got a lot of bike paths here, bike enthusiasts here.
We're right
Sure.
down the road from Tracktown, USA.
Yep.
Where do you think we sit on the list?
7
Oh, that's a good
or
guess.
6.
I'm going to say 4.
We are at 6.
Oh, nice.
Boom. Top 10's good.
Portland
fair.
is
For
at 6.
cities. That's not states. That's cities. That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, Seattle, Washington's at 3.
It's
I'm
the
gonna say-
same lifestyle.
Totally. So I'm going to say Denver and San Diego.
Denver's at 7.
Okay.
San Diego's at 4.
Well, because,
Okay.
they have to have their shirt off. So you
Everybody,
constantly have to
everyone jogs. I think it's like a requirement. When I was in San Diego,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God, like,
The
is
ugliest-
this just like a morning routine for everybody? Is
The
getting out
ugliest
and jogging?
person there is like an 8.
Yeah.
You know, it's
true, though.
crazy.
everything's ideal conditions. Like
Yeah.
look around here on January compared to once we get to May. The number of people running in the street will quadruple
Oh, for
because
sure.
you don't have that extra excuse of I'm freezing. Hell no, I'm not going out there.
Yeah.
Now, the unhealthiest states.
Wait, what's number 1?
Oh, for the most healthiest state?
Yeah.
Or city? Sorry.
Is it like San Francisco?
San Francisco is at number 1 for the healthiest city in America.
It's because you can't afford dinner, so you actually just starve yourself.
Yeah.
And it's really good for long term.
The list of unhealthiest cities in America. You probably wouldn't be surprised what's on this list here.
I've got one burning in my head, and it's not a huge city.
What is it?
Birmingham.
Is
Alabama?
Birmingham, Alabama on the list?
Okay.
No, it is
Oh,
not on the list.
you see, I was just taking an Alabama swing.
I'm going to say somewhere in West Virginia.
West Virginia's at 10, Huntington.
Huntington. Okay. All right.
Is there anything in the great state of Mississippi?
Mississippi's at number 2, Gulfport.
Okay.
I've got to imagine Detroit's always on those
Detroit's
lists.
at number 9
Yeah.
for the unhealthiest city in America.
I mean, how does that feel when you're constantly on a list, not just Detroit, but these southern cities? You're constantly on the list of bad decisions.
yeah, pregnancy, dropout rates,
Not getting it.
Everything's fine. Everything's
Everything
fine, you
just-
guys.
just the dumbest part of the nation.
It's amazing.
Let's see. Brownsville, Texas is at number 1 for the unhealthiest city in America,
Okay.
followed by Gulfport, then Laredo, Texas.
Laredo?
Laredo?
Laredo.
I'm from Texas. You think I'd know that?
It's
Yeah.
a place of great cholesterol. You're going to love it there.
Columbus,
Everything's
Georgia.
bigger in Texas, including.
the number under one pressure meter.
Columbus, Georgia's at 4. So there you go.
All right.
And there,
That-
by the way,
none of that's surprising.
other cities, you got cities in Louisiana, North Carolina, and Texas.
Sure.
Yeah,
rest of
it's
the
the
list,
barbecue
so.
belt. They're not.
Yeah.
They're all
not
about that
messing around.
comfort food.
Mm-hmm.
Screw the healthy stuff.
Let's play this game.
Let's play Tanner, Drew, and Laura's Pick a Flick.
It's a new game, and it's really simple. We're gonna read a summary of a movie. You know, kind of like you'd read if you hit info on your remote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Or-
is what would pop up.
Yeah.
Blurb.
Or if you're old school, if you'd read the back of the VHS cassette
Sure.
at Blockbuster.
Or remember the TV guide would give you a little
Oh, yeah?
synopsis
Yeah,
on
yeah.
your movie. The one movie they've got.
Yeah.
So we're gonna read one of those, and you just have to tell us what movie it is to get the Weezer tickets. It's pretty easy, I think. Let's meet our contestant calling from. Oh, where's my? I wrote names down, and now I don't know where I put
There's
the
a
name.
cheat
Oh, here we go.
Uh, some person
Marley.
calling
Marley
from somewhere.
is her name. Good morning, Marley.
Hi, yeah, we're from Portland. What's up?
What's up, Marley
What's
from
up?
Portland?
I heard she's in some deep traffic right now.
Oh,
Marla.
bummer. What? Where at?
Portland,
Yeah, but I mean, like,
on the way to work.
what thoroughfare?
Thorough.
North. That's what I know.
All right.
Oh, wow.
She has no idea where she's
I'm
at.
heading
High five.
north. She looked at a compass. What year is it?
Marley, what's the last movie you watched?
This is the worst game for me. Maybe I saw Willy Wonka in theaters.
Well, you watched Wonka in theaters.
Wonka.
Oh,
all
okay,
right.
so that wasn't too long ago, I guess. That was
Yeah, that's
probably
a
within
couple
a year.
months ago. Yeah.
Watches Marley and Me a bunch.
Yeah, that's a sad movie. I
very
saw that in the
sad.
theater. I cried like a baby.
Yeah, that one's tough.
Bad choice. Bad
All right,
choice.
well, Laura's going to read the summary and just got to tell us what movie it is for the Weezer tickets.
First of all, which genre would you like? We got horror, action, comedy, or drama.
Let's do comedy.
Comedy.
All right.
Okay. Here's your synopsis. Two best friends navigate the last weeks of high school and are invited to a gigantic house party. Together, they spend a long day trying to score enough alcohol to supply the party and kickstart their sex lives before they go to college.
I know it.
I got this.
Okay.
I
What
think
is
I
it,
got this.
Marley? What is it?
Yeah, I lose, but I say Sex in the City.
Not
Sex in the
Sex
City.
I don't think they were any
They're
high
not in
schoolers.
No.
Yeah, Sarah Jessica Parker goes back to high school. It's creepy as hell.
Yeah, well, Hollywood tries to get away with that all the time. No, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. We have to let you go, Marley. It's not Sex in the City.
Okay.
Lead
dear
character's 51.
God. Let's go to Nick. Nick and Clackamas.
Super bad.
Is it super bad?
It is super
It is
bad.
super bad.
Correct. Nice.
Oh man, I was watching clips of that the other day. It was on TV, and I watched a few minutes.
Sex in the City. I was like, no way.
Yeah, I
Sex in
opened the
the
door
City.
for you right there. It sounded a little like House Party.
For a second,
Yeah.
I thought House
A little
Party.
bit,
Yeah. When like at first, until it was the kick off the sex lives,
Yeah.
I was kind of confused. I was like, oh, that's super bad, because they
Yeah,
were horny as hell.
exactly.
Yeah.
That was definitely the move. That was tougher today.
Good. Okay. I'm
As
glad.
Marley drove that thing right into the wall.
All right,
North.
Nick, hang on the phone, bro. You just got tickets to go see Weezer. All right.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Hang on. We'll have another pair of tickets tomorrow. You have another chance at 1059 The Brew.
It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on 105.9 The Brew.
.1059 The Brew. It's Portland's rock station. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Laura's got the news coming up next. What do you have this morning?
Yeah, the Powerball jackpot has rolled over again. I'll tell you how much it's worth.
Oh, sounds like a buttload of money.
Yep.
That's coming up after Bush on The Brew.
Well, Japanese moviegoers finally, 8 months after its release, were able to see Oppenheimer in theaters this past weekend. The delay is due to concerns over how it might be received in the only country to directly experience nuclear warfare. There were trigger warnings in some theaters, even signs on the wall, letting people know that the film does contain images of nuclear tests. But it did well. It made $2.5 million over the weekend, which, to put it in perspective, is more than Dune made its opening weekend.
Wow.
So people were still interested in seeing it.
We didn't really, we didn't really glorify it in that movie, right?
No,
like it kind of showed
if
that
anything,
how terrible it was.
yeah, it kind of showed Oppenheimer's remorse. I mean, not to take away from the fact that we still did it.
Yeah.
And I hope they understand that we're sorry.
Yeah.
About all
we
that.
apologized.
Yeah, I think most of us are on the apology squad.
Yeah, for sure. A man narrowly missed being hit by a flying 4-foot saw blade in Eugene. I don't know if you've seen this, but
this
it's
is
been making its
crazy.
rounds. Construction crew was using a blade on a piece of equipment when it flew off at a very high speed, shot across a parking lot, and slammed into the wall of a convenience store. Surveillance video showed a customer casually strolling through the door, literally seconds before impact.
Wow.
The blade was embedded halfway into the wall next to the door. Nobody was hurt, thankfully. We've got the video at 1059thebrew.com.
That's crazy.
It was flying, too.
It
I mean, it
was
was like
so
a Chinese
fast.
star.
Yeah. Yeah, that could have been very bad. Hopefully, when that guy went into that convenience store, he bought a lotto ticket, even though it didn't help him any because the
Bought some
Powerball.
underpants. I mean, crap my pants seeing that coming through the
Yeah,
door.
imagine seeing it after the fact. Like you have no idea.
I thought the same thing about the semi truck driver who made it across the bridge seconds before the boat hit it.
Right.
You know, I mean, he was just, I'm talking about
Just
10 seconds.
minding his own business, and then all of a sudden.
He was 10, 15 seconds from being in that water.
Just escaped Final Destination by a smidge.
Yeah, it definitely would have been a Final Destination moment. And finally, the Powerball jackpot is now over $1 billion. Nobody won the grand prize last night. The next drawing takes place tomorrow for a jackpot of just over $1 billion with the cash option over $527 million. So not bad. More on those stories. 1059thebrew.com.
Thank you very much. All right, so recently Drew had some water damage at his house, and anybody who's experienced that knows it's so much fun.
Nah.
We'll tell you about it, and we'd love to hear about yours. It's coming up after the Scorps. Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew. Water damage is no joke, man. I remember when my stepdad flooded my house with the shower.
Yeah.
The damage was like $45,000, and that water, it leaked through it leaked through 3 floors. That's one of the reasons it cost so much.
Yeah.
And it just destroys everything in its path.
Yeah, because they have to tear everything out. It's
Right.
not just a matter of drying it out.
Right.
They have to rip everything. What was it? The carpet, the drywall, all of it. Right.
Yeah, the floor, everything had to come up except
Quite
for
the
the
operation.
baseboards. It was just a nightmare, and luckily it wasn't anything that I guess caused structural damage or anything like that. Just,
Right. It
luckily-
could have been worse, I guess, but still.
Luckily, human error falls into
Right.
insurance.
Thank God. Yeah, they said it. Now, if it were just if the pipe just burst, we wouldn't cover that. But
That's
since your
crazy
stepdad
to
screwed it up,
me.
we'll cover that. And I went, what? Feels like it should be the other way around, but I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah.
But Drew came in here yesterday and he was like, guys, dude, my water bill is through the roof.
Oh my God, it's insane. So on Easter, I'm sitting out in front of my house, and I'm just like kind of enjoying that there's a nice day. I'm like kind of just like panning around the yard and I'm like, oh, maybe I'll check the mail. Check the mail, and I've got a utility bill in there. So I rip it open, and it's got red lines all over it, like talking about shutting off my water. And I'm like, whoa. I'm not the shut off water guy at this age of my life. So I'm like, what's going on? So I walk inside, and I pull open the bar graph, which I have had water leaks before, and I know what it looks like. And I just sent the picture to Laura, and I'll show it to you, Tanner. This is what my graph looked like when I looked at it. You see that
damn.
black line on the right?
That's quite a bit.
So it shows
higher.
you last year and then this year. It looks like I had lost 748 gallons of water before I noticed this. And what happened was at the street to my sprinklers, I have 2 emergency shutoffs, blue levers that shut off and go against the grain and stop the water from going into my setup. Then I open a drain and all the water comes out and there's no water in the tube. Well, I'm guessing that one or both of those seals failed and refilled my water lines and have been pushing water out into the yard ever since whatever the last freeze was and popped a pipe in there. And so now I'm on the hook for I paid whatever it was not to get it turned off, but it was a total of almost $800.
Oh my God.
$800 for 1 month worth of it going in my yard. And let's also remember that whole sprinkler system is built to harness Amy's ridiculous garden.
Yeah.
So it has to be fixed.
So I was gonna say, what kind of damage did that do?
The guy has not come yet. I've got the magnet on the sprinkler. It was Easter, and I was just I'd already seen my bank account, and so I just washed it off. But I still got to deal with it.
Yeah.
I think that you can get a little bit of reprieve. But the last time this happened to me, they gave me 20% off the bill for 1 month.
Yeah, I remember when this happened to me. It was a couple years ago when we had a big ice storm. An outside pipe burst, and they just compared my bill to that month the year before, and they charged me that.
Well, that would be nice because I didn't get that deal last time.
Yeah, that's so because you're in a different county, right?
I am, and maybe that's part of it.
Because that seems crazy to me. Okay, this is obviously a mistake. Your family didn't eat up this much water.
Mm-hmm. And don't you think, what is it not good business that if they were to notice, hey, this guy's bill's 3.5 times what it was last year, maybe we could reach out? Because it's underground. It's not like when your house was flooded, you knew it had been flooded.
Well, it's interesting. A similar thing happened to me when I was living in Colorado Springs, where we kept hearing, it was a little different, where we kept hearing, it sounded like a faucet was on somewhere, but we couldn't figure out where. And
That's
everywhere
frightening.
we looked, we're like, okay,
Yeah,
nothing
anytime you hear running water, you're
nothing
like,
is
what?
Panic
on,
mode.
what's going on? And eventually, my ex pulled up the vents in the living room, and there was water in the heating ducts and all of the ventilation system. And something similar had happened where it had just continued to run. And so it looked like we had been using all of this water, but it was just a leak. They ended up tearing out all of our plumbing because it was all in the slab. And so they're like, you could either leave it in the slab and, risk this happening again with super old copper piping, or we can just run it through the
Redo it.
walls. And
Yeah.
it ended up, I don't remember how much we ended up paying. I want to say
Not cheap.
I mean, the job was expensive, but I think they maybe turned it back. Like the water company gave us a break on it.
Which is
But it's
good.
like, yeah, because it's like.
I'd raise hell with them, man. Like, you
Oh,
got
and
to
I
give me a
plan
break.
yesterday was Monday, so I was having a little bit of trouble just like getting the energy in the afternoon because I know
Sure.
I got to go all in.
Yeah.
And I gotta really try and get this down because when I pulled those 2 meters open, because I ran out the front door when I saw the graph. I just ran because I've been here before, and so
Yeah.
I'm like, stop the bleeding. That's all I could think was stop the bleeding, and I popped them open. The meter, the new meters they put in, like it's got a big old meter, and it's just spinning at high rates. And so I run inside. I'm like, is there any water running?
Oh, no.
And they tell me no, which means I'm leaking. So then I pull open the irrigation section, and the whole unit is underwater. So I had to dredge that thing just to get in there and get back to the base and turn
Happy
it off.
Easter.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
nice.
So much for a
My own
relaxing
little
holiday.
Easter egg hunt.
Nightmare. What kind of water damage did you have at your house? Did you have to go through? And we've done. How much did your repair job cost? But
Water in itself it's its own beast. It will find a way into and around everything.
866-445-1059. You can also shoot us a text message on our Lazy Boy text line at 98197. Portland's Rock Station 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We got sports coming up here next. Drew, what do you have?
Down to 4 in the ladies' game of hoops. We'll tell you who survived the storm.
That's coming up right after Aerosmith. It's 8:25.
One, two, three. And now, Brew Sports.
Damn it, you gotta catch that ball.
Here's Drew.
Well, it is all set now as the women's Final Four set to go down on Friday after Caitlin Clark went off 41 points en route to a victory that solidifies a legacy that's already been on a high level for a while, but LSU was the only one who had dethroned this lady last year, taking away her chance at a national championship. So now, after the biggest game of the year, she's got to take a deep breath and come back and take on UConn in the Final Four. That's no joke. They're the greatest program in the history of ladies basketball, but if anyone can do it, it's Caitlin Clark. I'll say it again, one of the best performances of any athlete at any level is what she pulled off there. And guys, she just doesn't get tired because she doesn't listen to her body.
Seems like terrible advice.
Kids are going to collapse all over the place. Have a Gatorade and just listen to it a little bit at least. NC State, South Carolina will be the other matchup. All that action ESPN and ESPN Plus Friday starting at 4 o'clock. Also, The Blazers on the road. It's a hurricane road trip as they went down to Florida, took on the Orlando Magic in front of a bunch of retirees and lost by a single point, 104-103. That's okay, though, because, everyone knows I'm not going to hit that over on wins on DraftKings, so that ship has sailed. So let's get a draft pick. Bing to the bong. There's your sports.
Thank you much. Coming up next, more of your calls, texts, and talkbacks. We want to hear about your water damage. Drew's had a leak at his house. It's going to probably cost him a lot. And just a mess. What'd the water do at your house? 866-445-1059. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I would think water damage and next to fire damage have got to be the worst things to happen to your house.
Yeah, I think fire and water are one, too.
Yeah.
I feel like water might be worse because even after a fire happens, you put it out with water, and now the water is the biggest problem aside from the fire that's happened there.
That's true, but smoke damage will hit every nook.
For sure, yeah.
Laura was just telling us off the air that when she owned her house with her ex-husband, pretty much every problem they ever had was water issued, water related.
From move in to move out. It was just like never ended. It was terrible.
Yeah. It sucks, man. It cost me thousands, and that water it doesn't stop. It's like, oh, we're gonna go through this, and then we're gonna go through that, and then we're gonna go through all that.
It's when you think you've experienced it all. It's like, oh, there's weather related, and then there's a leak, and then there's septic, and then there's just like it just goes on and on and on.
This lady's been on hold for a few minutes, wanted to tell us her story. What kind of water damage happened at your house?
Yeah, we had two similar but different incidents within 2 years. The first one was the water heater in my laundry room was really old, and it went out. It's sold. It's kind of you just plugged into the wall, and it ended up. I was out of town for work, and my husband walked into the room where his drum kit was, to the room full of parts of the ceiling.
Oh,
the water heater had just flooded the laundry room and flooded through the basement.
Oh my
And
God.
that incident was not covered by insurance because it was an old leaky water heater. My contractor said it had probably been leaking for the 6 months for the year that we've been living in the house.
Oh my God.
And it was $10,000 to fix.
Ouch.
Then a year later, I was at my sister's in Minnesota, and my husband called me and says, "There's water all over that room again." And so we had to call the abatement people, and it turned out the new water heater malfunctioned.
Oh, God, you can't buy a bucket.
It flooded an entire water heater's worth of water into the laundry room and down into the daylight basement again.
So at this
This
point, are you
time
just
it
living in a
looked like
tent
it
in a
wasn't in
field
there.
somewhere?
Yeah, a dry tent.
It made me feel like, especially when we moved into the house 3 years ago, we had to put $13,000 into the septic pump. So
Wow, a bit
Owning
of a
a
money
house
pit for you.
can be
Jeez.
very much a money pit. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that story with us. Sorry to hear about that. You know, the money pits are the worst.
And I mean, it's frustrating when you think you fixed something and then it fails again. It's just, you feel so defeated after something like that happens.
And getting the new one.
Yeah,
Like the
right.
new one should be like, okay, well, that hurt, but at least we're protected.
Yeah.
Right.
Just kidding.
Beefwater, didn't you tell me once that you had a bunch of structural damage at your place because of the water?
Not a ton of structural damage, but I had some. It ruined my flooring. I had a leak in my sunroom that I had to redo that whole thing. So yeah, water has a way of destroying your household.
Yeah, yeah.
And you don't normally even know it's happening until you get dripped on, or you look
You're
up
right.
and there's
Oh,
like
yeah.
a big bulbous wall.
A lot of times it's too late. And you're like, damn it.
Damage is done. Because it doesn't take long for something to get soggy. I mean, put a piece of sheetrock in a bucket of water, see what happens.
My neighbor was telling me about he came home once and he went downstairs and the paint had bubbled down. You know, like because the water was pooling in but it hadn't snapped yet. And he said it was hanging down like 3 or 4 feet. Like it was this giant bubble hanging in the ceiling.
And then you're like, you kind of want to pop it, but you know it's going to happen
yeah,
if you
just
do.
ruin your place.
It looks like the kind of blisters you get off like a grease burn or something. You know, like those
Yeah.
big old bulbs.
Full of fluid.
I wouldn't be able to control myself though. I think I'd pop it.
I popped the one in my garage, but the worst part is then it looks like old skin, you know, like it because it goes back once it dries. It has a weird curdle to it.
And they had to, you know, and construction guys know this. They had to reskim the whole ceiling. They couldn't they couldn't just fix that patch.
Right, it's not just one area, it's the whole thing.
From the whole floor they had to redo.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Let's go to looks like this is Fat Thor. What up, Fat Thor?
Hey, what's up? I heard you talking about home disasters, and boy, do I got a doozy.
Yeah, this is water related though, right?
It's liquid related.
Liquid?
Okay.
I don't know what other liquids he's got in his house that could damage his house.
I don't know if I want to know.
Yeah, you might want to ask that question.
I have oil heat, so I need an oil heat tank to store the oil.
Yeah.
To heat my house.
Yeah.
Well, they came by and they filled it up and they overfilled it and it popped my tank and I wasn't home, so all that oil flooded my basement.
Oh my god.
How do you clean that up?
Or do you just move?
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing was my wife was doing laundry, and so she always takes her laundry and throws it downstairs the day of.
No.
So a lot of her clothes like soaked that up. But I bet the best part was when my mom told her to get out of the house because the house is going to explode if our hot water clicks on for a hot water heater.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I'm just laughing because she's outside panicking. I'm like, babe, that's only if you have like a gas hot water heater for a pilot light.
Fat Thor's
Ours
down
is
there
electric, you're
mopping
fine.
it up with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Fearless.
No problems.
Yeah. Did you get it fixed? How long did it take you to clean that mess up?
Oh, it took me a few days. Then I just fixed it myself. I just put a screw where the hole was and then JB weld the heck out of it.
Great. God, I wish I could do all that kind of
Put a little
stuff.
flex seal on there, you'll be fine.
Yeah. Slap a little Flex Seal
Exactly.
on.
Big deal.
All right, Fat Thor.
Little
Well,
packaging tape.
glad it didn't cost too much money to get fixed. That's it.
Just mopping up oil, though. I mean,
that
it'd be
doesn't
easier to
even-
clean up a body.
Yeah.
Right.
It's gonna be stinky.
Tell me
Too.
about it.
All right, Fat Thor. There. What? All right.
It's not even
Thanks,
Fat
buddy.
Thor's Day. What a blessing to hear from Fat Thor
Went
today.
full
It is,
skyrockets
yeah.
in flight there at the end.
Fat Wednesday.
All right. More of your calls, text, and talkbacks coming up. And if We're commercial free thanks to Lazy Boy. It's 105.9 The Brew, Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Found the survey that found that 3 in 4 people think tipping has gotten out of hand.
It absolutely has gotten out of hand.
5 out of 4 people.
Yeah, it is crazy. I get irritated when I go to like a fast food joint inside, and then they print off the receipt, and I got to sign it, and there's a place to tip. I'm like, this is basically like the place I'm thinking of it's a Mexican restaurant, a little fast food place, right?
But you're still in a drive-through. It's
basically a Taco Bell.
Yeah.
You know, and they're asking for a tip. I'm sorry, but I'm scratching that line out.
There is nothing safe from the tip monster at this point.
And also, it's like I feel like now fast food restaurants, they're making decent money. I mean, $18 an hour. Sorry, I'm not going to tip
you. Beefwater, what do you think? You think tipping's out of hand?
Out of hand. And the one that threw me for an absolute loop was when you're buying merch at a concert and then they flip the screen over and go like, you want to give us a tip for this high-priced T-shirt?
The people selling you concerts, they want a tip for that?
Yeah, it's like, I would like your employer maybe to pay you more.
You just sold me a T-shirt for $90. You're not getting a tip.
Right.
They do that at, like, if you want to buy a donut now, they'll flip the screen. They just went like this. They took one step back, they grabbed a donut, they sat it on the table, and you're supposed to give them 20% of the item.
I wonder what happens when you just, like, flip it back over. You're like, nope.
Yeah, I hate it when they stare at me, and when they're staring at me while I'm deciding if I should.
I've got no problem with it anymore. I'm perfectly fine with it. Like, I have my line of, like, what involves a tip and what doesn't. I'll hit that 0 with pride.
But when they flip the screen around and then they just stare, I appreciate it if they
stare right back.
I don't like it if they flip it, but if they do flip it, at least look away after you flip it.
Yeah, exactly.
No. I want eye contact while I hit 0.
Yeah, all right.
I feel like I get
look them
shamed
right in the
into
eye
it too, and I think a lot of us do. You're like, oh, I don't want to be mean, or I don't want to look like an a-hole, and then I end up just going doink and giving them all this money.
But it's like when I was younger, when I worked retail or, jobs like that, working as a server for $2 an hour, that's different. But it's like I never expected a tip doing those like retail type or like fast food jobs.
Your pay was built around an expectation of getting tips as well. So that
Sure.
you made
And
a low
that's
hourly
what-
wage because of that.
Right.
And that makes total sense. But in this day and age where our minimum wage has been raised to take care of people, at least on a mild level, you can't expect the rest of us to pay all the rest of your wage.
The survey also found that 78% of respondents believe that automatic service charges should be banned, and that half of respondents left tips due to social pressure. See, just like us. We leave tips because we feel guilty or they're staring at us.
See, I'm a good tipper, but I don't like you to tell me how much the tip is going to be, right? Like, and that's the thing is like, oh, well, we got a service gratuity at the bottom, like that we put some 3% on.
That's annoying.
Right.
That 3% is coming out of the tip then, if you're going to do that to me on the front end.
The exception is, I do agree when there's large parties, when you're at a restaurant or something, and they automatically add like 20% or something, because imagine if 8 people just decide not to tip. You just did so much work and got $0. Like, that's messed up.
Is that frequent? Like when you were serving and it was a big table?
It was parties of 8 or more. I think an 18% gratuity would be added automatically.
So Amy used to get paid off big groups, like corporate groups would come in and they sit 10, 15 deep and one guy's got the card. Well, Autograt hits that for sure.
And then they add extra on top
dude
of it.
had 9 drinks and is like, oh, let's give her 20% of this. And boom, you just got a 40% tip on a 15 top.
That
has kept my lights on over
That
the years.
also can be kind of sneaky though, because like if you don't know, like if they add automatic gratuity on like if that's just
tip
standard
twice.
practice and you don't pay attention and they don't tell you, oftentimes you will end up tipping twice. So be aware of that
and the
too.
person with the corporate card, not oftentimes do they even care.
Nope.
The survey also found that 63% of respondents said that too many places are asking for tips. 48% said that they're tired of being asked for a tip. The survey also found that 52% of respondents were tipping more, while 10% were tipping less.
Man.
I'm definitely tipping less these days. I used to just, I would over tip because I'd panic, and I didn't want to do the math or whatever. I would just give them like a $10 bill.
Yeah.
And so I've definitely toned that down and reined that in.
Yeah, they can't have those kinds of numbers. I mean, my brother just got back from Portugal, and he said it was so refreshing because the service was great, but it was built into the pricing.
Right.
So some things you tip for, but it wasn't anything like what our life has become. Like Americans are like hyper focused on tipping now, and we've got to take a break.
Yeah, I agree. It's redonkulous, guys.
Certainly is.
More on that story online at 1059thebrew.com. All right, we are commercial free thanks to our friends over at Lazy Boy. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. 1059 The Brew, Portland's rock station. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. All right, we just got word that we can make the Trash Bandits announcement.
Oh, my God. I thought it was never going to happen.
I know. We've been waiting. We were supposed to make the announcement yesterday at 8 a.m., but we ran into some red tape because we didn't have the proper permits. We've never had to do this before, but all of a sudden, I don't know if this is city or somebody was like, you got to have permits if you're going to have that many people. It's like we're trying to clean up the park. We're not trying to have a party, a barbecue or something.
The good news is we're only a day late.
Yeah,
at
so
this point.
True.
coming up here in less than 15 minutes, we will announce when and where our next Trash Bandits event is going down. And if you're not sure what Trash Bandits are, it's we just get a gang load of people together, meet up at a certain park, and we just clean it up. We give everyone grippers and trash bags, and we're just going to be cleaning up these parts.
We're going to be making a difference.
That's right, the Trash Bandits. If you want to join our posse, we'll give you all the details coming up here in less than 15. We're commercial free thanks to Lazy Boy on The Brew. 1059 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. All right, coming up in a few minutes, we got to discuss this. I don't know if you saw the story about these conjoined twins, Abby and Brittany Hensel.
Yes, I did.
Who got married, but the guy who married them only married one of the twins.
Yeah, which you'd think they'd come as a package deal.
There's a lot going on here.
And I got so many questions, man. I got so many questions. How does this work legally? How does it work physically? I mean, honestly.
There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on there. So we'll discuss. Beefwater will be in here with us, and we'll discuss here in less than 15 minutes. We are commercial free thanks to our friends over at Lazy Boy. It's 1059 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. All right, I don't know if you saw the story about these conjoined twins who got married the other day. Well, just one of the twins got married.
Right.
Interesting story.
And that's what got my attention. I went, wait, just one of them's married? How does that work out? This story has just got a lot of people's attention, right? And everyone's wondering, how does the whole thing work? How does it work legally? How does it work physically?
Logistically?
Emotionally? Yeah, honestly, what the hell's going on?
This is so much to chew on because your standard issue 1-on-1, whether it's guys, girls, or a combo, it is a lot easier to process than someone stuck to your body.
Now, if you don't know the story, this just came out the other day where Brittany and Abby Hensel, they're 34 years old. They are conjoined twins. They got married to a man. I don't know his name. I have it somewhere.
Josh something?
Yeah.
He likes a BOGO deal.
Yeah.
Buy one, get one.
Financially, it just sounded like a good idea.
Yeah, so Josh, I guess they met somewhere, and he's married to just one of them. And I'm going, wait, just one of them?
So is that
how does that work out?
A legal thing?
So I think so, because it says here, I think one of the reasons they're doing that is because polygamy's not legal, right? You can't be married to more than one person.
For crying out loud, if there was ever a reason for an exception.
There's got to be that.
This is the exception. Like, I'm stuck to you. Can I not fall in love with
it? It just seems very unfair for that other person because...
Right, it's like, I don't like this person. Like, what happens if you don't like your sister's boyfriend?
Like, are you worried? Are you worried that it's incestual? Because we have one lady part.
Right.
We are one.
From the waist down, they share everything, but from the waist up, they're separate. Except,
so, like
she one girl controls one arm and the other girl controls the other arm.
How do you do that? Is it hut 2, 3, 4 hut? Because you almost have
what
to
about
have
the legs? Does one girl control the leg?
Yeah, I mean, you would have to control. One would control each leg. You have to imagine now that it's just muscle memory for the two of them, right? Because they've been doing it for so long.
You can feel the other leg like at the end of your body.
Yeah, probably. And I wonder.
Maybe one person has control of both.
Yeah, I don't know.
Why can't you feel like
if
I'm the right head? If I'm the right head, and something happens to the left leg, would I feel that?
I would imagine so because it's all one nervous system.
The nervous system has to all be intertwined.
And I have a question too. If it was the other way around, if it was one head, one torso, and then two sets of legs, would that mean it's only one person? Is it the brain
legally,
that makes them two people?
I think it's the brain because legally they are two different people.
You're not going to give a pair of legs a social security number.
Right, but it is odd though, right? Like, I don't know.
No, it is. I mean, there is no bad questions in this scenario because the whole thing is bonkers.
Abby and Brittany Hensel, 34, have been living private lives since their 8-episode show, Abby and Brittany, aired on TLC back in 2012.
Oh, they're stars.
Of course they had their own.
They were thrust back into the spotlight over the weekend when they announced their marriage. And they've received a lot of haters, which is kind of messed up because at least they found love. I mean, good God.
Right, everyone deserves that.
If you hate on a conjoined twin, really, you hate on everyone. Like, are you
what's
kidding
wrong
me?
with you?
Can they not find a little glimmer of happiness?
Yeah, come on.
The story says that after it was revealed that Abby had tied the knot, everyone began asking the question, how does this work legally? One Reddit user took to social media and said, so like legally, could they both get married to different people?
That's a lot going on.
And I guess yes, but then they share like one genitalia, right?
Yeah,
right,
so you
then
gotta like almost, is it like a timeshare where you gotta, Eric's gonna have from 7 to 9 with me and you gotta be here too.
And like when that does happen, do they put something over the other girl's head? Do they put like to something like a blanket up to separate them?
I'd say that's degrading, but is it degrading to not? Like both things are.
Yeah.
I don't even know what etiquette is because there isn't enough of a sample size.
I think it's just honestly,
fielder's choice.
All joking aside, they found love. I haven't even found love. All right, I think that's pretty amazing.
And I don't think anyone could ever really follow through on prosecuting them for anything incestual or polygamy.
What
because
other options do you have?
That doesn't even pop into my head, right?
Yeah, us. But if they're not doing it, if they're not adding that second person to the marriage certificate for that, that's just not fair and a little silly.
But also, if the other girl who's not legally married to this guy, if she wants her own boyfriend, like, is that cheating then?
No, it's the same thing as like these rules don't apply. You have one.
Right.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
One commenter said, yes,
so weird.
Abby and Brittany are legally two different people. In practice, it's a little more confusing. This is probably more, This is probably more like they are all married, but legally only one of
Right.
them can be married. So
And that sounds about
So,
right.
and you'd think that there would be conversation between the two
There's
sisters.
gotta be.
Like, okay, it's cool if I marry this guy, right? Like, you're good with this dude.
Wouldn't it be funny, like, one of them just doesn't think he's funny? They don't
Like,
like,
a
oh,
really-
he's such a cornball, and the other one's
really
like,
Josh.
oh, he's so great.
Like,
one
not
Reddit user
again.
also said that one of the twins will be the legal spouse as far as the state is concerned.
Okay,
so,
we're onto something.
Theoretically, the other sister, the other conjoined twin, could get married. The other head could get married to another person.
Now, who's married now? Is it the one in the middle or the one in like the up in the suite?
That was my question. So in this photo that they released on the internet announcing that they were engaged, or getting married, the one getting engaged is on the far end, and then there's the sister in the middle, and then there's the guy.
So they're in a
That's
she's in a
awkward.
sandwich.
She's literally in a sandwich.
Yeah, but you don't have to be in
Not
a
literally
sandwich.
a sandwich,
why
but,
why
you know,
isn't
a
he
human
standing?
sandwich.
Why isn't
A
he just?
manwich-
But
man
why isn't he
sandwich with
just
a lady.
standing on the other side? Like,
That's
why
what-
would he not be standing next to his wife?
Is the man supposed to stand on that side always?
I don't think it matters, but don't you think you would stand next to
Yeah.
the person you're going to be
Screw
married
tradition.
to?
I'm going to be next to her.
When you have a pile of humans, you're just trying to find a spot.
Yeah, be like, where do I fit it? Where do
this
I
whole
fit
thing,
in here?
Etiquette's out the window with that. But if they don't involve, like, so we're theorizing, right, that they're all in on it, but it's just not on paper.
Yeah.
It's got to be that way. Otherwise, that poor girl in the middle, she's like, can I get a breath of air?
Yeah.
You guys are killing me.
And like,
You're so
does she ever
rowdy.
get jealous her sister found love and she doesn't, even though they
Right.
share the same body and the same Nanu?
Yeah,
The
I'm guessing the only way this works is they both are into it.
They have to be in agreement. My question though, now even if they are in agreement on this whole thing, what if one says one day, dude, Josh is a jerk. He's changed. And then the other one is like, no, I still love him. Like, then what happens
Yeah.
when there's a divorce?
And if they're not like all married together, if one's really single, what happens if he starts feeling something for her? And can he cheat?
Now it's a weird, awkward.
But you can't really
lovers
cheat.
triangle.
I feel like it
you
would
gotta
be
go
more
to the same zone.
But it would be more of an emotional affair,
Mm-hmm.
right? Not because the physical is
But let's think
a moot
about
point.
From 18 to 34, before the guy, they still explored their own body. They are together in a way that we could never be together as siblings. Like they one person's hand is another person's pleasure. It's like a whole different thing.
But it's all one pleasure zone.
Oh yeah, so that's
One
what I want to
zone,
know.
But a foreign hand amongst the zones.
That's
Can both-
true. Oh man.
Can both of the sisters feel down there?
I would imagine.
So like if
I would
if
imagine
one's
so.
if we're just going off what the article says, then
Yeah,
only
yeah.
one of them's married.
Yeah.
Then the other one would feel the sex too, though.
I would
right?
think
yeah,
100%.
because
Then,
like we said,
what is
same
going
nervous
on
system.
here?
And
What
like,
is going on here?
I don't know.
This whole thing is really tough to process.
I think maybe it's best not to try to understand because it's just too.
Not only do I want to understand it, I want to see it.
When this first came up yesterday, though, you did make a good point, Tanner, and that was that the least they found some happiness. Like these
Right.
girls,
Yeah.
this doesn't seem likely.
I can't imagine. I would assume that most Siamese twins probably don't end up like this.
They
I'm
have
just
each
guessing.
other, and that's it.
Do you think though this guy
He's got a
has
fetish,
like
right?
a little thing?
He's got a weird
Because I
fetish.
don't know if I'd want to be. I mean, sure, you found love, that's great, but like, do you want to be fetishized? In
I
that
doubt
way?
I doubt he's a lot like your average run-of-the-mill dude. I bet there's a little quirk to this dude.
Yeah.
I don't want to be mean because I just said they found love, but he's got to be a little weird.
The sisters are clapping back at the haters. So apparently he's like.
Are they clapping as
Together.
together?
They have to.
Together.
They have no
Yeah.
choice.
You and me
You
go
can't
one,
you can't
two,
clap with
three.
I bet they're really good at high fives.
And so I guess the new fiance is like he's like a Christian man, and
No, he's a man of God.
E! News I think summed it up here.
Brittany and Abby Hensel are clapping back at the haters. Brittany and Abby, the conjoined twins who starred in their own TLC reality series, are sending a message to all the online comments about Abby's marriage to husband Josh Bowling, posting to TikTok a picture of the couple with an audio that says, "This is a message to all the haters out there. If you don't like what I do, but you watch everything I'm doing, you're still a fan.
I got to be honest. I am not a hater at all. I think this is fantastic. I'm trying to wrap my head around the whole thing.
When do they launch their OnlyFans? Is my question.
I mean, if this guy's got any business sense.
Fans recently called out the comments in another post to TikTok on March 28th with the video showing various ancient sculptures of conjoined twins, writing in the caption, "The internet is extra loud today. We have always been around." According to Today.com, Abby
So there's a
typed the
picture
note
of
with
them.
Josh.
Oh, they got married. I'm sorry, they're married. I thought it was like an engagement.
Yeah, well, they already had the honeymoon.
Because this video is them dancing at the wedding, and it's weird to see because you're seeing one body, but you're seeing two heads or three heads, I guess.
Right. So if
dancing,
if the middle one's not married, probably when they're consummating the marriage, she have like a snorkel on or what? Like he can't breathe and all that.
I think she's in on it because
she's got to.
Because in this video, if she controls one of the arms, both arms are around him while they're dancing. So that means the other sister is putting it up there, right?
Otherwise, it would be an awkward side hug.
Oh yeah, just one arm not
like,
one arm's on a hip.
Yeah.
One's got a Karen hip and the other one's all up in him.
I would love to get these people on the show. The guy, the two girls.
Where are they from? Where do they live?
Minnesota, didn't you say?
I think so.
Yeah, go Vikings.
So we're trying to figure out what's going on with these conjoined twins and the guy who'd married them. You know, he's only married to one of them.
Legally. But
I think that's
we
gotta
think that probably they're both in on it, right?
Because even like sister wives where they're doing it on purpose, only one person legally gets married so that the rest of them don't get arrested or whatever.
Right.
But if you ever charge these twins with any crime associated to that, you're a cruel person.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would do that. But
no.
I got to be honest, I don't think I could do it. I don't know.
You don't think you could?
I don't think that I could
So
do
you're
it.
saying there's a shadow of a doubt you could?
Never say never, Drew.
Yeah.
I mean,
I will.
I don't know if I just hit it off with him in a bar sometime or something, but I don't know that
these ladies.
He's got to be into like
these ladies are packed with
either
personality.
He's just an amazing man and he's just got a heart of gold and we're all jerks, or there's something off with him,
or he's got a thing.
What do you think?
I don't even.
Or it could be a
maybe
little column for
maybe
May, a
like
little from column B.
off with him is the wrong way to put it. Like he.
Okay,
How
off.
do you?
I don't
Because
know.
you're gonna tell me you think he's a big bucket of normal.
How would you say it? How would you say it?
No, but that's so mean to be like, you have to be a weirdo to be interested
I don't
in
mean that,
these
but
people.
you've got to have some
little
sort of.
weird.
If you're getting married to conjoined twins, isn't there
You're a
some
little
part of you
different?
that's different? That's open. Okay, you're open-minded, I guess.
There's nothing wrong
yeah,
with different,
sure,
but it is
okay.
different.
You're
And you gotta
definitely
admit it.
open-minded.
It definitely is different.
Is he just the greatest person ever, and is that open-minded, or does he have a fetish?
I mean,
Because
I
we're
think,
all superficial to an extent.
Yes,
Right.
of
And
course.
And I'm
some
trying to
less
not
than
be,
others,
right?
But
There's a
that
big
being
but,
said,
yeah.
like it's superficial, but not every time you go, oh God, is that superficial? That's just a natural human reaction, and to move that all the way from okay, I can be cool with it to I can be sexual with it is a big gully for
We got
me.
text messages coming in. This one's from 3842. This one says, with the twins, every time you have sex, it's like a threesome.
Well, yeah, I get the
but
whole
like
idea,
not,
but it's still
but
just
like
two
not
hands.
really though.
Yeah, because it's just
Because
one of
it's
everything.
just one.
You know the
of
only
the
thing you have
important
two
parts,
of?
you know?
Opinions. You've got
That's
everything
true.
else is just
Oh,
two hands,
geez.
two
I'd be like, hey,
feet,
can you
two
slow down?
opinions.
No, speed up.
He's gonna have to deal with that double time.
Oh my God.
Double time.
What about like one of them, he knows how to get the job done for one,
But the other-
one's like, God.
Because you know what?
just suck.
Because for women though, a lot of it is mental.
100%.
So, oh my God.
Oh man, there's a lot of
Yes,
pressure
it's
all of a
just
sudden. Man
so
is
much.
a saint.
Yeah.
Just to go into battle with two heads.
If you haven't seen the video yet, you can check it out. We'll put it online here in just a second. These conjoined twins got married.
More
and
power
they're
to
happy,
them.
and I'm
that's
happy
all that
for
matters.
them.
That's all that matters.
I mean, I don't
kind of
have
wish
that.
we went to the wedding. It would have been sweet.
I would have loved that. Someone says you guys should ask to get them on the show.
Yeah, we're looking
Of course,
for
I will
it.
try, but I have a feeling every radio show in the country is trying to get them
And
on
also,
the
I
air.
feel like they're probably
internet's
not
loud right now.
Yeah, they probably don't want to open themselves up to a bunch of
because
criticism.
I got some personal questions.
Right.
I would really like to get to the bottom of
Well,
it.
and if he's a good Christian man, he's not going to want to be talking about that on
And
the radio.
here's someone brings up a good question. 4146 says, who made the decision on which one he married? Because he met them both at the same time, obviously.
Right.
So which one did?
Like it couldn't have fallen in love simultaneously. One
Does he talk to
convinced
one
the
and just
other one.
ignore the other?
No.
Well, he's probably like, "Hey, your sister's driving a wedge between us. We
like
need to
she
work
is
this
a
out."
literal wedge between us. I don't know what you want me to do.
What a hater!
Yeah, I don't know. That's an
That's a
interesting
good
question.
Yeah, because I would feel a little self-conscious if I was the sister that was not chosen.
That's what I'm saying.
I bet it was like
I'd
girl
feel
talk.
sad.
So then, does she have like her old last name? Like, does she still have her like birth last name, and then the other one has
I think
a
the
married
one
name?
that's not legally married, yeah.
But they might, at home, they might switch that up.
Right.
Wow.
There's a lot there.
There's a lot. There's a lot
And
to chew
only
there.
one got to wear the bride sash.
So go check out the video.
She's like, I don't want you to be my maid of honor. I'm gonna pick my friend.
But you can use your arm to get my garter off.
Mhm.
See, you can all work together.
It's a
All
team
right.
effort.
We'll see the talkbacks going crazy. The phones are going nuts. All right, there's a lot of stuff trending, actually. If you want to see the video of the two conjoined twins we just spoke about who got married recently.
Newlyweds.
The video's online at 1059thebrew.com. We're trying to wrap our heads around it because the guy's only married to one of them.
Yeah, on paper, at
Legally.
least.
Yeah, legally. And we're like, how does that work out? Because that doesn't seem fair to the other sister who's not married to him, but they're different from the waist up, but they share everything from the waist down.
All the other bits.
Like
which is weird. Like, we didn't even mention that you have to share a butt.
Yeah, right.
That's
so
the
hold
thing,
on.
too.
So they eat separately. They both have mouths. They eat separately, and it all comes out of the
You
same
have to
butt.
imagine it's a pretty big deuce. It happens down there.
You ever had
unreal.
Thai food and a burger all in one?
And you would think that, like, if I'm a conjoined twin and I see you over there eating Thai food, I'm gonna be like, dude, like,
stop.
Imagine
the bathroom break's gonna be miserable today.
Imagine like food court.
Yeah.
You know, like, first of all, you got to be dragged around the whole thing, and then, I mean, you don't put Panda Express with Sparrow.
And then they do probably have different taste buds, so they probably one likes one thing, the other likes something else.
Yeah, like one likes the taste of it, but the other one hates what it does to the back end.
Yeah.
It's like, we're always
I
better
don't
than
know.
Please, for the love of God.
Trying to wrap my head around it, and I just
I don't think it's possible. I just don't think it's possible.
We did get a talk back, I think, from Fat Thor.
Hey, Brew Crew, Fat Thor here. Extremely confused on this last story about the twins. Do they each have a social security number, or do they share a social security number? That's what I'm more concerned about.
So
No, they have a different social security number.
They do have separate social security numbers. Here's what I found out, though. So I was reading just a few minutes ago once we went to break. They're teachers. They worked as teachers, right? I don't know what grade, but they're teachers. But they had to get degrees separately. But they only get one salary. They only get one paycheck
Because they're only in one room.
Right.
But if you're separately two people on paper,
Yeah, but I mean, if two people are
that means
30
one.
grand.
But that means one teacher's working for free.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, your whole life is a piggyback. What you should have done is you both should have gone into, like, working in a factory where you can do twice the work. I mean, well, I guess you still only have two hands. I don't know. A lot to chew on when it comes to your career, too, ladies.
Know. Yeah, there's no easy answers here.
No, it's
more
honestly,
questions than answers.
Yeah.
It's racking my brain because I'm trying to just picture things.
There's got to be other instances where this has happened, right?
Right.
These probably aren't the only conjoined twins going through this.
Yeah, there's probably like one or two more.
Someone said, "Imagine the double orgasm." All right, come on.
Stop. First of all,
It's
no,
one, but it's two
all-
experiences. One divide.
Is it
do
two
you divide? Is it like,
I don't know because
is it
they
common math? Do you divide it?
they share
one nervous system,
they share
two
the same
brains.
hoo-ha.
I don't know.
They share that.
Like,
So,
what
like-
if you sneeze? Do I pee a little?
I think so. Yes.
I just want to know.
I don't get it. And I want to know what's going on with this guy. Like, is he just the greatest person ever and has an open mind and is looking
Just a
past
saint?
it? Or does he have a fetish?
Which would be fine because it would check the box.
Towards the latter.
Fetish?
But even if it is, whatever leads him to water. Because I mean, otherwise, what's the other option? Loneliness. You think so? I think.
Well,
that,
so you think he's doing them a favor?
No, I'm saying even if it's a fetish, who cares? He's happy.
I mean, I feel
they're
like
happy.
Yeah,
but
that's
true. I feel like, but like other people don't appreciate being fetishized.
And he's kind of
but I
throwing
do
him a
think,
bone.
Right. I do think maybe this is a different scenario.
Honestly, in their situation though, can you really
right?
you might have to just deal with that.
I
you just
know.
lean in.
And if they, like you said, if they're happy, then that's really all.
Right. That is
Everyone's happy. So
Mm-hmm.
I just I
Goodness
don't get
sakes,
it.
I don't
get it. Just go see the video if you haven't yet. It's online at 1059thebrew.com.
Like, how talented are
we
these
are
girls?
happy for them.
Can they Macarena? Like, are you that
Yeah,
coordinated?
they
with the
can
other
dance.
half?
They're dancing at their wedding. You can see their wedding video online.
That's
so.
incredible.
It's very sweet.
Yeah, I don't get it, but there it is. 1059thebrew.com. Check it out. You can also hear our Donkey Show podcast. Today, we're actually not going to be able to do one because we've got a big meeting coming up here.
Yeah, Casey's in a collared shirt. We're all nervous.
Yeah, Casey's actually super dressed up
He
today.
looks like a bread
It's
bag.
one of those.
I've never seen
meetings.
beef water in a dress shirt, and it's weirding me out.
And he's all pent up and he doesn't know how to stand.
The thing that really throws me off is he's not wearing a hat.
Is that part of what's going on?
That's weird,
Yeah,
too.
so I'm like, is that your hair?
He's got World War I hair.
Yeah.
Like when you take a helmet off, that's the haircut they had in World War
He
I.
absolutely does.
Whatever. I never see either of you without a hat either. So
I know.
Who knows what your hair looks like under that?
I've
I don't even know.
shown you a picture. It
I don't
exists.
even know.
Full head.
I take my hat off all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
And my hair is like if I take my hat off, I look like the Beatles.
Yeah, and when it's
My hair's
matted,
so
it's
flat.
Well, because you wear a hat all the time, bro.
Hats are only off when it's designed to be off.
I should do my hair more. While I have it, I should do it more.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's
You
gonna be
should,
gone
but you
soon.
always
It's out of here, man.
It's gonna be gone.
You
It's gonna be
always
gray.
say that, but you don't do it.
I know, because
It
it's a
looks-
pain in my ass.
How is it a pain in the ass?
You'll skip like 3 showers in a row and we don't know.
Yeah.
So don't
That's
yell
true.
at pain in the ass.
You probably could too.
Oh, well, I don't
I
wash
mean,
my hair.
not doing
I
it.
shower every morning, but I don't wash my hair every morning.
That's
I only
good.
wash my hair once a week.
Once a week.
Once a week.
I wash
Every
this
Sunday.
greasy mop twice a day and
Every
it's still
Sunday.
greasy. It's just like, it sucks.
Man,
Sucks
bodies.
being old.
Speaking of bodies, they're crazy. We still have a lot to do. By
Yeah,
the way.
we still have a lot to do. So, okay, so we have
What
to
do
make
you
our.
want to do first?
Let's
this
get that
or
out of
the
the
other
way.
thing?
Let's make. You want to do that first? The winner.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we have to pick a winner
We have
for.
so much to do.
I don't care. Teresa can wait.
It's court.
The nice thing is we've
Or no,
already-
court.
We've
I'm
done,
sorry,
the,
it's
we've
court
done
now.
the busy work. We have picked a winner.
There's business to attend to.
All right, we have to pick a winner for our Lazy Boy winner because
I have it right here.
every Friday we play the 4 and get somebody qualified,
Yes.
and now we've got to pick one of those.
Yeah.
Who's it gonna be, Lotta?
Well, this month's winner, actually, the March winner of the Lazy Boy is Paul Kennedy. Congrats, Paul.
Get
Paul
some, Paul.
Kennedy.
What a guy, what a
Get
guy.
some.
All right, congratulations, Paul. You just got yourself a Lazy Boy, and again, we'll play the game on Friday, get somebody else qualified. We have to make our announcement for Trash Bandits. We were supposed to do it yesterday at 8 a.m.
Yes.
And then at the top of the hour here at 9 o'clock, I said we were going to do it in 10 minutes, and then we got sidetracked with the conjoined twins.
No, honestly, it's acceptable. That's a
been
big story.
Busy day.
So here it is, the official announcement for Trash Bandits number 3. Hold on, I got to pull the email up.
Hold on, I gotta.
I do know the date and the date. I know that's all I got. Is the
I
date.
got the date,
got
and I
the
also got the
date.
date. There's really only one other important
Here it
piece of
is.
information, which is the where.
All right, so the event Trash Bandits. We're going to be cleaning up a park April 20th.
Yes, with I think
Twanky.
it's Earth. Is it Earth Day? No, I think
It's 420, it's Earth
Day.
Day.
Earth Day is the 22nd, I think, but close.
What?
Close.
Is it?
I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Hold on.
Probably wrong.
No, I think. I don't know.
Hold on. When is Earth Day this year? It's the 22nd. Laura.
Oh, son of a.
But close enough, and it's 420.
All right,
so
I
mean,
apologize.
Right. So it's like
Thanks,
eat an edible or whatever and come out and clean some trash up with us. And we want to know who's going to join. Who's going to join our posse, our Trash Bandits posse?
Yeah, wait, did you say where it is?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is April 20th
Yes.
at Montevilla Park in
Okay.
Portland. All right.
Yeah.
That's the park in the area we're going to be cleaning up April 20th. Montevilla Park.
So it's like northeast, yeah.
And we will take off in every direction and clean that bad boy up.
That's right. But if you want to be a part of it, you have to sign up online at 1059thebrew.com because we have to know how many grippers and trash bags we need to have out there and
How many
stuff like that.
grippers? How many rippers?
Right.
How many bag tags? Come on.
Now, I don't have an exact poundage, like how many pounds of trash we collected the last 2 years, but I do know that Casey said we had 150 plus bags and that we filled up the
huge.
truck.
Like all of our parties, there was some serious poundage.
Right. Lots of poundage.
So much.
We mean that in the most wholesome way.
So, the city of Portland, obviously it's dirty in certain parts.
Yeah.
It's a little out of control on the freeways, obviously. The parks are pretty messy. There's turds everywhere. So we want to do our part. We figure this show's got a big reach. It's got a lot of listeners. Why don't we do something good and put a team together? April 20th, the Trash Bandits will be cleaning up Montevilla Park in Portland. You can sign up right now to be on board at 1059thebrew.com.
And what is that like?
Yeah.
What's the times? Is it AM?
That's from 9 a.m. to 11:30.
Perfect.
And really, it's put up or shut up. You can either point at the trash or you can make a difference. We're going to choose to do the latter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Be the change you wish to see in the world.
So, I'd love to see over 100 people sign up. Last year, I think it was 110, 120
I don't
something
know, it was
people.
a bunch.
Let's go
yeah.
big.
And honestly, the volume is why we had to jump through all these hoops. So if we show up
Right.
and bring like 6 people, they're going to be like, why?
Why did we even
What's
waste
the
our
point?
time?
Yeah.
You know, I took my kids to it. It's a good example to the young
Yeah.
bloods. That's more hands picking up trash.
Right.
Make it a learning experience. Bring them out.
All the info and your chance to sign up to be a trash bandit right now at 1059thebrew.com. But yes, it's going down April 20th, Montevilla Park in Portland. Court is in next. We will see you tomorrow. Bye.